online, they refuse to request, or for this request refuse to give any or further documentation. Why? They need to hide something. So without receiving some logical documentation or receiving some logical answer from the customer could be considered as an anti-money laundering process and don't be assessed. Number two, report any suspicious transaction. This is by law. You should always raise flags and report suspicious to your anti-money laundering officer if you feel that the transaction is unusual or the customer is not entertaining your request for documentation, for example. So some behavior can bring some suspicious doubt against this type of response. So based on the response, you can collect a lot of suspicious transaction or suspicious behavior based on this report. So do not tap off. Ensure that you do not tap off suspicious transaction to the customer. So make it more confidential. Make it as automatic issues. You have to have your own profile for anti-money laundering and use this profile to track any suspicious transaction or behavior or indication that could lead to future issues. So just only to write down that this transaction I didn't receive from the customer any logic answer or logical explanation or logic documentation, which is normally an ordinary course they should deliver to me. But the delaying, asking for more other delay, or they talk about the fees most of the time. They need to show me that I have already received a lot of auditing fees, and they are happy to pay more. So there is something need to be recorded and reported as well. So record it first and write the report based on the way they need to report. Is that something regarding to asking why, where, when, how, and why questions, or there is some indication that abnormal behavior has been responded from the customer based on a normal request for the documentation for some data or information. So try to not to tip off any suspicious behavior, or don't show that you have already witnessed something wrong, and make it more confidential to submit the secret report to the right destination for this anti-money laundering issues. So case has been mentioned, and the relationship manager meets prospect and the course of discussion. The prospect informs him about the inability to provide details regarding to the source of funds in accordance with the advice provided by his tax consultant. So a relationship manager has collected the prospect passport and other details during the past meeting, but finds that non-disclosure could be suspicious. What should the relationship manager do? So I work with the prospect and somehow on how the client informed the prospect that without source of wealth information or value-added information being provided, inform the prospect that without the source of wealth information being provided, he or she cannot provide the client, and also report issue to the security and financial intelligence unit in the as a suspicious transaction. So make sure that you have already witnessed or you expect three main issues which is effective response indication. For example, if they respond normally, there is no need to have any suspicious transaction in time. So if there's some delays, try to wait and just record it. if they didn't or refused to respond, record and report this behavior as a suspicious behavior to the intelligence units of financial in Ministry of Economy. The stage is coded. Getting right of holding the process of intelligent illegitimate operates or operation, depositing small cash amount in one or several accounts with different people or one person, purchasing checks and then deposited in the same check into a bank or a different banks, purchasing single premium insurance or reinsurance policy without paying attention to the details and conditions for cancellation and commissions. So this is not a normal behavior. Maybe it's a normal behavior for some people who did not pay attention for some details in the Arabic world. That's normal. But in this case, we have to report or write down there is something need to investigated or detected or carried out in terms of a suspicious indication. And this suspicious indication need more approve to report it. Money smuggling or smuggling over borders, buying expensive metals like gold, silver, metals which is in a high price, selling price, precious available metals. Objectives to separate the illicit money from its original source, buying shares and then reselling the same, issuing several complex bank transactions in different banks with a high rate in small or shorter period of time, issuing several or transfer against goods, letters of credit, LOC, debt requirements, financing and crediting, putting a lot of credits and then withdraw it and put it in another company and other banking issues. This suspicious transaction, this behavior considered a suspicious transaction. Purchasing more expensive assets or precious valuable assets, like for example digital assets containing huge amount of money invested in Bitcoin in a smaller period of time without any legal or without legal and logical explanation, properties, lands with a huge amount, and the main course of action is not related to this type of purchase of properties and lands. So, for example, textile industry, they found we have to ask some question if we found a relationship between properties and lands purchase and this type of industry. So there is a question should be asked. We will take a notes, and if the amount of money is very huge in a shorter period of time, and once we have a look at the historical purchase in the last 5 years, we found that this is a very unique purchase happen in this particular time, so we have to report it. Entering into the financing business projects, buying goods and buying bonds, equities, and shares. All of those issues should be available or should be clear to those people who are dealing with this type of financial crimes, or they need to protect themselves. So we need to know exactly a lot about our customer. Yesterday, I found in the digital library of our university that there is an influence of private family firms characteristics on the audit fees. So maybe the family business itself could be a new red flags for knowing the customer. So sometimes the risk coming from the business or the name or the type of the name of the CEO or the CFO. Also, maybe the group name of this family business consider as well as a red flags. In this case, I suggest you to read this article. It's been published in 2021, 26th of July 2021, published in this journal, which is three-ranked high-star journal, Managerial Auditing Journal. This journal published updated significant relationship in auditing world and auditing environment. The influence of a private family firm characteristics on audit fees, the family name itself could be considered as a red flag. So in this study, which is aimed to examine the relationship between family business characteristics and audit fees, it also examined the extent to which the family name is considered as a red flag during the risk assessment of this firm characteristics. So sometimes you study very well the red flags and the knowing exactly the customer, who is the customer, and what the history of this customer. But during the auditing, you can detect some abnormal behavior coming from this name or this family business name. So the red flag could be considered as an indication for the first stage before signing the contract. And during the contract, there is another red flags, and after the contract, there is some subsequent event could show there is something wrong happened we did not witness. So you are responsible for every single stage, pre, during, and after the contract to know the customer effectively. So knowing the customer is very important. So we have to check if the customer has a necessary KYC documents. Would be the first and the most critical step. Make sure that some people could change his or her names. Like for example, Mr. Ahmed could be written by different pronunciation. In a Russian area, they can make it Ahmed, A-K-H, not A-H. So in different part of the world, they make it double M. So they can change the name. So all the information available in the Interpol or international worldwide could be changed as well, as long as they change the passport containing the date of birth, the pronunciation, and the letters containing his first or last name. So it's very important to check. Do you have any other written name or any other passport with different written name? So we have to ask all of those questions. As long as you received a logical answer and explanation and response based on your question that you have been asked from, you will not have any doubt for that. But in case there is a delay or you discover that there is a hidden passport with a different nationality, even there is nothing happened in a wrong or in a direction of money laundering, you have to report this behavior or this hidden documents behavior. KYC policy is the preemptive anti-money laundering measurement to halt any misuse of exchange channels for money laundering. So the main aim of the legal money through the remittance channels to identify the customer through documentations that are seeking to conduct a transaction. And you have to be aware of any unusual transaction activities that happen during this contract. That will will lead you have a live or day-to-day observation through using your remotely working environment or remotely alternative auditing process, because you have to update yourself and be proactive and predictive regarding to any activities. So you have most of the time saying that there is something wrong, but I didn't have the clue yet. Auditing process became more headache and it does need unsleepy, or they need more aware of every single transaction happened most of the time. Yesterday is not similar to the and the future as well. So you have to prevent and creative fixation against or accounts with the standardized procedures. You have to be aware also regarding to this some demographic information and data information collected by the customer, the name, date of birth, nationality, or any other nationality, permanent address, or any other address in different parts. If you found, for example, this address is fake or is not available, or once we have a call for this address, you'll find that this address is no longer available, and you received updated information about this address, this is an indication for the future issues. Can give you a first impression that you have to be aware or pay attention for this customer, the purpose of transaction, passport number, or any updation for the new passports, nature of the business, and bank account. If you find this is a fake bank account as well, so you have to take notes for that. And this form could be able to or could help you to collect more information, or visible information, or valuable information regarding to your customer. Cash, stock, and bonds, real estate, and others, and the value of all of those issues. Details of liabilities, loan, debts, debts account, source of fund, name of the banks. Details should be mentioned if there is no or the other more than one accounts, the name, the capacity, date, approval of production and sales manager, name, signature, and you have to add a clarification in case we found that this information is fake or does not exist. So we have to report that to the legal authority or the authorized department which is responsible to the anti-money laundering issues. It's very important to highlight this certificate. What we should do in order to update our information recently and update the information every single day or daily, we have to have a program called Customer Identification Program, CIP. This CIP checklist could provide you with the latest information, and this survey should deliver to the customer, the branches everywhere, prepare a list of all clients, categorized according to the industry sector or geographical area, or for example, the Emirates or types of industry. If it's oil and gas industry, so we have to classify it or categorize it at terms of refinery or oil and gas explorer or whatever. So maybe, for example, in construction and properties, so is that a developer or a buyer or seller or agent? So we have to some industry could contain more than one process, and each process related to a different industry. And also develop a CIP customer identification program checklist for individual clients and entities, and collecting the documents and all the valuable data and information as per the list, and prepare a list of missing and expired documents as well. So it's very important under the profile of the anti-money laundering profile. You have to make a folder for each single steps. First step, CIP, which is the customer information program, and inside the CIP folder number A, preparation for a list, any update, and the expired documentation. And also you can add a list of false and fake information related to the customer. If that exceeded in number and how important the information that we ask, and we did not get the logical response or even explanation for this delay, we have to put it in a list as well. So the developing of a CIP checklist is very important as a first step to create your own doubt or suspicious transaction. In case of there is no updating issue or up-to-date information you can receive, you have to put it as also as a suspicious transaction. Why we did not update ourselves regarding to all of those information, which is very important, and we send more a reminder for the customer based on that. So this documentation list is the completing name of the client, medium name, mother name, address of the client, contractual or contract details, date of birth, various accounts maintained by the client, credit score and credit rating score, identification name, passport name, any other name, nationality, the place, different or other different industry you are expert in, the history of companies that you are have already dealt with, and also what type of partner which is available in different parts of the world, what type of software you usually use in your own business. So that could be as an indication, or as a tricky question if they didn't have any information about the software or bank accounts and delaying, that will lead us as a process for asking more questions in the future. As I told you, in terms of risk approach or risk-based approach of the new auditing process, we should be acting like a Spider-Man, not a policeman. Don't wait till there's something wrong and then start to investigate and to detect the problem. You have to spread your net through all of those CIP checklists, the customer or client identification program as a net, as a detection net. Just only we have any doubt regarding to the explanation or the illegal doubt, so we can able to follow or track down all of those issues. As we explained to you before, you have to classify the heating map of anti-money laundering process. Sometimes the heating map in the Excel file that I gave it to you, high risk, medium risk, and low risk classification of risk reinvent assessment process. It should be frequently happened most of the time to update ourselves every single month regarding to the client. If you could check the Interpol, they update the information regarding to the family names all over the world and the characteristics of the international business every single 14 minutes. Every single 14 minutes updation for that. After the CIP preparation, you prepare for client identification program and the documentation collected. We need to risk assess the client as high, medium, or low levels of the risk based on the following: the current country of the business, and there is a heating map for high risk countries and medium and low risk countries. Also, the type of industry itself, some type of industry, like for example banking, non-banking industries, and or non-banking institution for exchange could be in higher risk as well, and the agent, exchange, casino, gaming, construction, some oil and gas refinery issues, because there is a lot of buying and selling issues, ownership, products, native alert, PEP and CRA connection issues. And the KYC risk assessment criteria will be based on the high, medium, and low risk. Give a score, as we explained in the Excel file that I gave to you, accumulated score from 1 to 4, 8, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12 as a high risk. Maybe could be considered as a catastrophic issues, it'd be more higher. In case of, regardless the risk assessment level, high, medium, and low, we have to take notes in our folder of anti-money laundering compliance. Even if it's a low risk, but low risk in the future could be considered as a high risk. don't ignore the low risk as well. The risk of non-adherence, if we did not obey these issues, maybe the circumstances will getting even more worse. Imprisonment, they put them in the jail, as we explained in Saudi Arabia, some auditors put in the jail for not paying the customer or client due diligence, reputation losses, financial losses, and fine and licensing cancellation. In this country, they will cancel forever and put it in the blacklisted or black sanction list for those people who are involved in anti-money laundering, as this type of crime considered a high risk crime in the country. So as per Article 15 of the UEE Federal Law number 4 of 2002 and 2018, 2012, the failure to report an suspicious transaction report, STR, to the anti-money laundering unit and go anti-money laundering online confidentially by those who are aware of and make a signature or make a registration. The last registration date updated to 31st of March of the suspicious activities and transaction may be a criminal offense published by a fine or imprisonment of or death, or both of them. Article number 16 in the UEE Federal Law number 422/2002, tipping off is an offense and is a punishment for a fine or imprisonment or both of them. You have to give attention of your red flag. Please follow and trust your red flag. Trust your suspicious transaction. So trust your suspicious forensic questions. The client is known to have convictions for acquisition of crime. The client attempted to disguise the real owner of the business or the parties, people who are working with to transaction. The client asks for a shorter cut. Always, most of the time, the suspicious behavior, they ask for a shorter cut. They encourage you to take a short cut to save time and money and effort as well. And that will help you. But on the other hand, unexplained and illegal speed is not justified. So it's considered as a red flag. The finance is being provided by the lender or other than the financial institution, which where there is no legal explanation for that, a significant amount of private funding or sudden huge amount of private funding in a shorter term could be considered as issues as well. So anything regarding to the intermediaries and cash and some behavior to have a look at the opportunities to achieve beneficial or some beneficial issues in the future, abnormal returns. False and suspicious documents could be provided or delayed to provide or refused to provide. That will be considered as a updated red flags, because sometimes the client will not be aware of your questions that you need to ask him or you ask about this. There is some documentation at that time. He or she didn't prepare himself or herself to answer the question. So there is a cut of communication and then delaying and giving you some thing which is alternative issues, not what we have already asked for, or delaying for some future issues and giving you in response to that some false documentation would be suspicious, a very suspicious transaction. You have to report it right away. Red flags in exchange business. Customer alerting transaction upon learning they must show ID and reluctant to show ID, trying to change the large quantity of small value currencies into a large value currencies or digital currencies. they decide to change the way you pay by I have Bitcoin, and the other issues or the other body could accept the Bitcoin, so we can pay by you Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, there is anonymous transaction. There is no value-added tax could be shared. There is no tax unique number to follow. So they will find the cryptocurrencies is a way to hide lots of valuable information. Companies account whose transactions are mainly conducted in cash rather than negotiable instrument without apparent reason or legal reason. Repeated requests for traveler checks or drafts in foreign currency. So this abnormal behavior could be considered as well as a suspicious transaction, especially sometimes. And that is not the usual issue we have already witnessed for this customer in his history of transaction that we are dealing with. The history will not show all of those transactions. So sometimes the customer will change from a legal and very clean history holding customer or holding transaction to a more doubtful or a big criminal. So don't trust the history of the client, because the present time affect the history as well. Two customers coming together but sending money transfer separately to the same beneficiary of the person who received the money, or coming together for receiving money transferred from different sender. The KYC, the due diligence. So in the due diligence, you have to know the customer, by identifying the customer and verify the data, check the data, make a lots of check indicators of the documents and the information. Determine if the customer is acting on behalf of another people or another company or another customer. Identify the UBO and verify the identity of the UBO, the unit of business, and obtain information on the intended nature of the business and the relationship of the business. Ongoing due diligence is very important to check all the assets and documentation during your journey of concealing and auditing the process. So maybe something wrong happened, because that's why we in the auditing regulation and transaction, there is no possibility to assign only one audit for more than 3 years in one company. So based on that, we have to update ourselves regarding to the information. We have to have a life to life or day-to-day report as a life reporting issues, and this life reporting issue, it does need more sophisticated data analysis techniques, and you have to have your own source of collecting information where the customer is not aware of all of those capabilities and inabilities of this type of huge amount of data collection. So you have your unique way of collecting your own data and deal with the customer in such a way. It's showing that you are normal, but you are sensitive to any transaction has been made. Make your own profile, always on. Take notes. Something you have to take notes, because there is an indication of something may happened wrongly in the future time. Once your doubt has been come through, report it straight away, as a delaying of this report will put you in a critical situation, and your business as well, and your name in the critical situation in the future time. The risk profiling. Type and background of a customer due diligence, and geographical areas of operation, nature of the industry, nature of family business. The family business name recently considered as a red flag as well. Measures of payment, the way they use the payment, as long as they suddenly transfer from normal and traditional payment to digital payment using the cryptocurrencies or blockchain membership all over the world, using the online payment or the digital payment using cryptocurrencies. So without any explanation why you move, and you did not have any business plan regarding to saving the money or enhancing those issues, may be logical because of post-COVID-19 and the interaction and the movability restriction could be an issue. But you have to be aware this transaction or this transformation could be hiding some problems in the future time. Put it as a doubt, but don't trust the customer 100%. Number 6, source of fund. Where this money comes from? Did you receive from the partner? What about the partners? Maybe the problem was not with the current customer, with the partners or with the partners. Source of wealth and type and complexity of business relation. The source of fund is different than the source of wealth. So the source of wealth depends on the family business, the history of this business. We know exactly where they bring their wealth from and how can they recover and how can they stand up again. This is based on the wealth. But the fund is related to the day-to-day transaction funding source. So it's more short in terms of short-term problem, the source of fund. And then the source of wealth may be considered as an anti-money laundering or something in a problematic issue in the future time. Type of complexity of a business relation. The more complicated business, the more doubt we can have, a more doubt for anti-money laundering, environmental issues or environment or atmosphere in the future time. So as long as it's more complicated, it could be a source of doubt, or less complicated, very simple, it's also a source of doubt. So try to put your doubt in the two-tail normal distribution. As long as the 90% of the normality, it's no doubt for that. But as long as it's more complicated, so it's more doubt to have why this business or this industry are more complicated, having more in the interdependent or more central area or dependent area or multi-mediator area. So it's more complicated, more sources, more departments, more parties that will consider as a more complicated business. Also, on the other hand, we can say that as long as we have a simplicity, more simple business than usual, achieving abnormal returns during the crisis time or during the main crisis period of time, where the other business or the other average of business or industry having a lot of problems, and this type of business achieve more anti-money laundering issues or more simplicity to achieve no abnormal returns. This is a question need to be asked. Any payment from the third parties is business-related document, dormant, and peer arrangement suspicious of anti-money laundering and financial terrorist of any crime. Unusual and suspicious exchange houses transaction, which is all transaction with reasonable ground for doubt, equal to or in excess of prescribed limit, and relating to anti-money laundering or terrorism finance or unlawful organizational or organization should be reported in this case, or any financial crimes as well. Disclosure to a customer, beneficiary, or any other parties is prohibited other than the authority concerned with the criminalization of anti-money laundering. And last point here, competent employees must freeze the transaction and notify the anti-money laundering suspicious transaction unit or go anti-money laundering unit through the electronics system or other reasonable means in case of doubt of transaction being related to the terrorism financing or an awful organization. Some cases will presented like or as follow: as a customer who wants to send money to his native place or one of his or her relative, goes to another exchange house and pay a sum of 1,000 dirham, 10,000 dirham, and suddenly they ask to move the beneficiary unit to another person or another parties. So they said that the relative refused to receive the money. So then the customer requires at the exchange house to exchange the house of exchange, and the house is also refused or confused. On the investigation, it is revealed that owners took the money or an employees stole the money of this issue. So this is a doubt in this case. So we have to make sure that all the parties of this transaction under process or under investigation. A customer comes to the exchange house X to send money abroad. The exchange house asked him to give identification. None asking the customer realize that he does not have a necessary ID with him at the moment. He tells the exchange house that he is regular customer and this is not the first time to deal with the exchange company, and he actually forgot this identification information, and the exchange house agreed. This is the problem. Once we help the placement stage of anti-money laundering, we have already be a part of this financial transaction and crimes of suspicious transaction. As long as we know the customer and we have a great history of transaction, but we have to have a necessary ID. What's happened now in the exchange house, what we should do, we were not able to accept any transaction without the required documentation provided. Without ID and printing the ID, the transaction will not be processed. Even it's with the well-known customer. But on the other hand, we can say that the employees could help because they have a of ID, and this necessary ID of the customer is stored in the exchange house, and the customer or the employees could use all of those historical documentation provided for different transaction to process this transaction. And at that time, that we can consider that this employee assists the the money laundering, not the anti-money laundering, the money laundering to be processed. In such a situation, the exchange house is not following their own basic checklist, which should be done, and is prone to anti-money laundering fine and anti-money laundering penalties, or maybe reach to lose the job because they didn't follow the transaction. Exchange House X does not follow the proper anti-money laundering guidance, and also they did not do their annual internal anti-money laundering control and audit, manipulate the remittance fees as to earn profit, During the UEE anti-money laundering audit, they are taught or caught and find that there is a huge amount. In fact, warns them to improve, not to improve the following guidance. Then the next year, the license would be revoked. The risk for anti-money laundering, we will complete this part after the break. Please give me a break for 20-25 minutes, and we'll be back again for the second half of RBA, risk-based approach based on the agreed out, updated information, and recording all of the suspicious transaction from suspicious and forensic skills that you have to use. Thank you so much indeed, and we will be back again after the 25 minutes with useful questions or comments from your side. Thank you, and see you later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back again for the second half of this lecture, talking about the risk-based approach in anti-money laundering crime in the UAE. Basically, we will talk about the main procedures in determining the methodology for anti-money laundering risk assessment approach program. And the timeline, limitation with the current process, and limitation for availability of data. Requirements, high performing market loading anti-money laundering risk assessment and practices. The technology of data, a little or no technology used to facilitate the anti-money laundering risk assessment, limited data availability, and no agreed on the system of records. A static reporting should be delivered without action orientation. In terms of the operational side, which is mainly about the governance with the partially consolidation and infrastructure and the process, technology may or may not be used to drive the anti-money laundering risk assessment routine. It's a great limitation and hope of data availability and the reporting of the reporting will be based on the availability of the proactivity sense and analyze it to drive organizational improvement. Another thing regarding to the high performing market loading anti-money laundering risk assessment practices and enterprise-wide methodology with the formally defined and adapted infrastructure. The anti-money laundering risk assessment process implemented within the strategic technology tool and the data source systems and records for the data extraction. The central propository or propository and standard data dictionary leverage and automated and dynamic reporting, day-to-day live reporting, allowing for ongoing and predicting assessment for the anti-money laundering process. What we have to do in order to have this approach and make it more effective for risk assessment program, we have to mobilize and prepare data point perfectly and also documentary risk and control system, identify the improvement opportunities and risk, obtain SMS validation and approved, deliver executive summary dropped from the dashboard presenting the risk assessment outcomes and the anti-money laundering assessment findings. It's very important to have this live and summary and conclusion for the risk assessment issue, and making all of those planning and governance program more active to the shareholders through an effective communication and visibility and traceability control and monitoring for testing these plans. What common challenges do companies face in executive EML risk assessment? Number one, the timeline pressure, resources constrained with the competing priorities, so the limited availability of experience in terms of the anti-money laundering talents, which is the sense for forensic skills and the sense for proactivity of future unexpected risk, over reliance and the key main risk on the long-standing anti-money laundering manager. Another dashboard issues and barriers related to the limitation with the current process. The anti-money laundering risk assessment process may not be adequate or enough defined the documentation to support repost analysis, and the risk categories and the factors not defined for the weight for corporate issues. It does need more help in terms of the limitation and expectation for the future risk categories. Also, the more complicated in terms of risk procedures in business are not adequate to be defined very well for the people who deal with the anti-money laundering programs. Also, for the majority of the developing country, there is always a limitation for data availability. This limitation requires to complete the anti-money laundering assessment process in order to have an agreed and effective risk-based approach program. Non-repeatable process to collect quantitative and qualitative data, limited data granularity, impacting and the appropriateness and efficiency and suitability of the data in the anti-money laundering risk assessment program. So all of those problems could be considered as a barriers for anti-money laundering program or use an effective risk assessment approach for the business. In light of these challenges, the financial institutions are looking for better approaches to manage their own anti-money assessment program and the approach to deliver a repeatable, scalable, and cost-efficient executive of anti-money laundering process to make the anti-money laundering assessment criteria and categories categories are more effective to be catched and tracking down for the future scenarios for financial crimes, including anti-money laundering program crime. Some challenges regarding to the resource constraints with competing the priorities centers of excellence model to reduce, or the benchmarking model to reduce the resource demand by centralizing repeatable resource intensive activities. Required line of business to assume accountability by formally accepting of presenting details plans. We did not have any priorities of the anti-money laundering risk assessment as an important tool to identify and revisit the risk scenario framework. And also regulatory report risk culture should be supported by senior leaders. An effective auditing manager and the staffing planning procedures should reflect the need for anti-money laundering risk. So the culture for risk-based approach, it does need more enhancement, more enrichment in terms of the limitation, culture, timelines, pressure, data availability, and effective use of procedures. So it's not a matter of you have to be forced or you have to be more committed to report any such transaction, but you have to have the sense of urgency, to take this anti-money laundering process into consideration. The limitation for current process and the limitation for data. The current process, the implementation of anti-money laundering risk assessment methodology via a tool, vendor solution, or custom build, and also creates standardization across the region and line of business, leverage cases management to create additional efficiency as well as supporting and reporting capabilities. So in terms of the International Financial Reporting Standard, they highlight the importance of the special transaction, reporting the KYC and shedding lots of light on how important the auditing process and writing international reports regarding to the anti-money laundering, but they didn't work in the some challenges that face the auditor or auditing office in terms of limitation of data, limitation of availability of process and procedures, and also some soft skills regarding to the leadership style, who have to report any suspicious transaction, the sense as well, the skills, the capabilities, and the competencies of auditors to have the sense to catch or to capture the financial money programs, which is has been being more complicated in the future time. So we do have to focus on the soft skills, the type of leadership, and also the culture of the procedures in order to make it very easy and for more complicated and challengeable process. The key elements here, we have to identify any possible risk related to the money laundering, update all the stuff and auditing stuff, and also the auditing office regarding to the latest scenarios, approaches for anti-money laundering, and how can we make a defensive strategy, a defensive strategy using the anti-money laundering approach of risk-based approach regarding to the anti-money laundering and terrorist financing. The countries and competent authority and organization have to determine how the money laundering threats identified will affect the assessment, and also mitigating the risk implies to take enhanced measurement to manage the mitigate solution. So there is a key factors who could play a significant role in this issue, which is mainly about the assessment for anti-money laundering, governance, internal control, recruitment, training, and ensuring the monitoring compliance issues. All of those issues are the missing keys and the missing parts in the anti-money laundering assessment program. It's good to share some compliance issues for those people who are responsible for catching anti-money laundering financial crimes. However, we have to enhance the external, internal, micro and macro factors which affect their competency and skills, culture of anti-money laundering tracking system. The governance, internal control, process for internal auditing, recruitment for internal auditing, training for external and internal auditing, and ensuring the monitoring compliance with availability of data, limitation for unlimited resources, and also the information about the KYC should be available, and that will create the sense of urgency for the future staff and office who have the responsibility to catch the anti-money laundering process and crimes. The comprehensive program, we have to highlight the risk assessment monitoring issues, which is the risk categorization of the client and into a high, medium, and low level of financial crimes and anti-money laundering crimes, monitoring the clients on risk level pays. Classify each client in terms of the risk pays, which is we can give a light for a red flag for some high risk customers, industry, products, and all of those things. Develop monitoring threats reports along with their child for escalation. Escalate and report to the country regulator if required. Also the subsequent and SAR analysis for implementation. As is financial analysis, which collecting client information and comprehensive KYC and CIP practices. Try to review a lot of practices regarding to the future anti-money laundering and the expectation, and some variance may happen in the future time or during the proceeding the journey of auditing practices. Based on the gap analysis, for the reality and the analysis that we have already taken, we have to develop a control checklist, implement IT restructuring solution, and development of checklist for the collection of missing about to expire the documentation. So we have to make a list for what we have already updated for the documentation, and what is the expired list, and what is the missing information for each customer, or what is the fake information list we have already received from the customer, and that will determine how can we report and escalate this report to the concerned and respected units. Implementation and training, conducting the workshops, training for the staff, stakeholders, and all of those parties who are related to the anti-money laundering program, and that will enhance the compliance, governance, risk management, vertically and horizontally, and the front office business IT team provide continuous support and carrying out ongoing reviews, quality assurance, and audit. Based on that, there is a risk classification parameters, which is the KYC profile, business relation, transactions, which is more risky transaction, suspicious transaction, partners, and the person, the industry, financial products, what type of financial products. Some financial products like real estate properties could be in high risk in terms of anti-money laundering program or money laundering program. And the risk-based monitoring approach, relationship, and the transaction will be based on large cash deposit. This is an indication. High volume of cash transaction, and transaction to countries with high risk, transaction coming from high risk industry, high risk countries, high risk reports, and products. Smuggling of the structure, and in order to avoid a certain record keeping, there's a lot of deviation coming from the customer profile data and pass through the transaction. That will lead to available documentation. To what extent we have an available true and very accurate documentation coming from the customer, and we have to have a report, clarification, something, water flow, and findings at the end to circulate the process and regarding to the risk classification and assessment program. There is a map for high-risk countries. The score of 9 to 9.9, this is in high risk. It's catastrophic issues coming from this country, and you have to make sure that the red flags coming from the country with high risk to the UAE or any other countries. So we have to make sure that not only the industry, not only the product, not only the issues which is regarding to the procedure or the financial suspicious transaction, but also from the country, geographical points, so the place and the history and also the behavior. Those are the three triangulation for the suspicious transaction has been made. We can see that there is a country with a high and high risk money laundering issues, and some country with the low and low risk like New Zealand and Norway, Greenland and Iceland, England, those with a good responsible issues, and some countries with the orange and yellow color as well. Risk-based approach is mainly about geographical, customer, and product. The product and service also containing the industry itself. Trading account, OTC deals, the derivatives, and high-risk countries, sanctioned countries list, and medium and low risk. In terms of the customer, individual, family business, international entity, local corporates, and that will deal with the citizen, international investor, listed partnership. Make sure that you have already studied the partnership, laws, property proprietorship and listed, unlisted, and trusted and untrusted people. With the high risk and medium risk, there is approach for anti-money laundering. We'll classify the customer for high, medium, and low risk. In terms of the high risk, define the threshold trends reports and enhance due diligence, enhance the due diligence approach, trends the report and risk variables for HRC, and every single 2 years or less, they have this high risk assessment criteria, with the medium with the 3 and the low risk with 5 years. But updated information for the customer and the quality of the information collected from the KYC, we needed to make it regularly and more shorter time than that. The financial transactions that are inconsistent with the type of customer or business, we have to carry out the usage of ATM and small structured cash deposit. Also the multiple remittance and creating speculation deposited and then breaking the same regardless. The fees, sudden increase in volume, and the last mile deviation of beneficiary unit, or using a different way, which is usually used before. Insurance and funds, unexpected repayment of debts or reinvested debts in different countries and different companies. Single customer has several accounts with no valid reason. So that could be a suspicious transaction, and we classify the suspicious transaction into 36 mainly, or 42 red flags for that. It's all about the conduct enhancement for the customer due diligence issues. The blacklisted and high risk customer, we have to highlight the CIA blacklisted must be discredited in the blacklisted, which has been mentioned and updated every single 15 minutes or 14 minutes, as we said before. Every single quarter of an hour, there is a list of black side or sanction list for those customers that should be reported. If one of the customer partners or clients or products has been related to the CIA blacklist, for example, we have to inform this issue as a fact of financial transaction, anti-money laundering. The anti-money laundering compliance is not a part or a point in time exercise, and ongoing monitoring should be done to establish a robust anti-money laundering process. In this regard, division should provide this assurance to anti-money laundering division. So we have to prepare an anti-money laundering compliance report for the month of particular month, date from, and then generate the main situation. Try to classify every single question of how low and how, why, when, for which, and when. Why? So answering all of those questions and then put your own report based on this transaction has been made. This compliance is highly recommended and highly appreciated from your side to deliver to the financial intelligence unit in the anti-money laundering, and you can report it as something which is need to be in order to avoid any future question about your reputation, license challenge, and something regarding to the financial loss through paying a lot of fines. It's very important to highlight all of those points. Really, we need to focus on the compliance report and the way you have your own approach of anti-money laundering or risk-based approach for anti-money laundering, create your own risk-based approach with your imagination of the future. The most important part, knowing the customer. The customer is a combination of partner, name, family business, and also the geographical issues, the product, the industry, type of software used in this type of product. So these issues, all of those issues are more important to be highlighted, to have a focus on, and to have to decide before you sign the contract. There's some problem regarding to this particular contract. The contract is partner, customer, procedures, product, industry. All of those issues may be during your auditing journey could consider as a problem in the future time. So we need to pay your attention regarding to that. I'm sure that you will have all of those issues into account and prepare. This is the report. It's a product for your process of creating the folder of anti-money laundering and tax evasion. Thank you so much indeed for your time. Thank you for.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It was a very useful day. Highly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tarek. Thanks very much. Very comprehensive.
Have a good day. Good effort, Doctor.
Thank you so much indeed. All of those documents,
tomorrow,
especially this document, because Ahmed will send it to you, and inshallah we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you so much indeed.
You can tell Ahmed to send it to us, Doctor, please.
Of course.
Dr. Tarek, if you can ask Ahmed to يرسل لنا لو سمحت.
Of course. With pleasure. Thank you for asking for this this document. I will send it to you.
Thank you for all your effort. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Alfred, and see you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.